Hello, and welcome back to this week's episode of House of Tremere. Episode 17. We're slowly creeping our way towards the equinox of this series. I think that's the right word in this scenario. It may not be. In either case, I hope you're excited for what will be a interesting and possibly destructive end to our little gathering of Tremere. With that, I think it's time to jump right in with some introductions. This week, let's start off with our dear boy, um, Dr. Quangle, Cyberbro. Why don't you give us your intro?
All right. Hello, everyone. I am the Cyberbro. I'll be reprising my role this evening, depending on where you are in the world, as Dr. Quentin Quangle, an expert in the flesh and the mind.
Very nice. Up next, Hasib. Zach, why don't you give us your intro?
Hello again. I'm Zach. I'll be playing Hasib Kavisna, the perpetual student, bright-eyed, new arrival to this dark, dark world. Way too optimistic, gonna get himself killed, but I'm sure it'll all be fine.
It'll probably be fine, right? Probably. Up next, Maruna. Ree, why don't you give us your introduction?
Hey everyone, I'm Ree. I play Maruna, the tarot card reader, and the end of the world is moving along just as planned.
Exactly. These are all coming together. Up next, Kess. Why don't you give us your intro, Emily?
Hi, I'm Emily. I play Cass Price, the occult investigator of the group, who's totally fine. Everything is fine. Everything is always fine. Super put together.
Very nice. With last but certainly not least, Bob, why don't you give us your introduction?
Hey everybody, Taking Time Bob here. I play Jordy, the mid-level manager of the Tremere, and I think the word you're looking for, Mark, is the wormwood of not equinox. I think it was wormwood, right? Yeah.
The Wormwood, aka the Red Star. Uh, that give everyone introduction. Why in? I'll start off with one. Uh, we were away last week because I got COVID. This day and age, I know it's surprising, and it sucks. So you're probably gonna hear me coughing my lungs out at some stream. Know that that's completely normal and completely fine. And I hope you're excited for more content for the rest of the week. With that, why don't jump right? Starting off with a faint buzz begins to extend a small little radio that sits within the chantry. A voice begins to slink through the mix, smug and smooth, calm and sharp. Alright, new angle in. Let's turn the mirror ball back on for a few seconds. We've had some weird calls, rainy streets, people watching from the corners. But sometimes you just need something dumb, loud, and full of swagger to get you through the last stretch of the night. This next track is for the guys who wear sunglasses indoors, for girls who chew bubblegum like it's a weapon, for anyone who's ever leaned against a wall, said something so stupid, came back around to being cheap. It's the 90s, baby. No shame, no breaks. Just frost-tipped confidence. Sample that'll never die. This is Vanilla Ice with Ice Ice Baby. Go on. You know you want to sing along. With that, a familiar tune. A beat that never died. A song that brings pressure. However, it is not the song that becomes our focus on this, as we find ourselves fading into the scene. Nosferatu stands at the gateway, stepping into the chantry, with words of offering, before he is unceremoniously and quickly fired out of the chantry like it was a springboard into the street. At which point, who would like to lead our recap for this week?
All right. So the last game that we played, Jordy and Dr. Quangle were running away from a salubri soul stealer. Um, the car was damaged. The car that we were riding in was damaged because a sword went through the front window. We ditched the car and ran to the nightclub that we were informed that our companions were at. We were informed by a raspy voice. We would assume it to be a vampire. So more than likely it was Bite but that hasn't necessarily been confirmed just yet, I don't believe. Um, at the same time, so Maruna, Kess, and Hasib, they're at a rave, but they're deep in the bowels of said rave in some sort of temple to a Lilith cult. Kess was trapped in a room with his ex and Caius, so he had an impromptu intervention. Maruna and Hasib were, I guess, appreciating the architecture there in the temple, and by appreciating, I mean running for their lives, because the frescoes were talking to them. So the three of them linked back up. Tess escaped Caius, and we all met outside of the nightclub. They were properly scolded for breaking the buddy system, and we returned to the chantry. At which point, Bitegeist, or the individual that we believe is Bitegeist, showed up and was flung out of the chantry by one of our Looney Tunes style defenses. That's what we got, I guess.
Did it have the boing going on?
I, I would assume so. It has to have the boing. You know, the last time the chantry was updated was probably in the 1960s, so Looney Tunes was all the rave back then. Like, this is how we do this, Wile E. Coyote style.
Absolutely. With that, we cut to Bitegeist as he perhaps quite literally bites the curb. Standing up, and you see the hood has been pushed back from the hoodie, and you see just this look of fury in his eyes, of this kind of what would be the word? Kind of slanted face. Everything is kind of mishmashed, like it's been like cracked open and then like pushed back into place and healed very unfortunately. You hear the sound of him hissing as the rest of you kind of look out the doorway.
Hasib's gonna rush out and start
Kess
immediately apologizing 1,000 times a second. I'm so sorry. The defenses are overly zealous, and we can disable. And he's like looking over his shoulder towards the regent.
I didn't know that could happen.
What the hell was that?
Welcome to the chantry.
There's you probably know, but guys, there's a lot happening. We've had to improve many of the defenses.
At this point, Baggas quickly looks around as if realizing he's pulling his hood back up to hide his fucked up head.
Mark, while that's happening, I'm gonna just try and concentrate and see if I can figure out how to disable that temporarily.
You just concentrate. Well, essentially, as you begin to register that this guy is not a threat, you feel instinctively as if the place begins to calm.
It's like a dog. Awesome.
Essentially, yeah. It felt like it had like its hackles raised, but now it's calmed.
That shouldn't happen again, at least this time.
Fucking better not. I mean, all this way to fucking help. Now I'm repaid. Fucking.
I mean, to be fair, we didn't really do that. It did. He gestures vaguely to the building.
He looks. He steps back inside.
Do we have a parlor, like a little? I guess.
Yeah, we sat in it before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure we are all glad to see you. As to my knowledge, you have been helping us in many manners. Though coming here in person is different. Has something happened?
The Padre wants to speak. Or rather, I'm sure you want to speak with the Padre.
Did he suggest what it may be about? Great. Did he seem... Well, he's kind of hard to read. He seemed angry.
Shrug.
That's what I thought.
Who's the Padre? Jody looks around.
He's the head of the clan of Nosferatu in the city. He's also their primogen. Padre
Right.
father. He's... Well, he's
Creative.
a priest.
Okay. Well, that is good. Meeting is good. Is there a place, or maybe at the Elysium, that is going to occur tomorrow?
I mean, you can talk to him at the Elysium. However, he does have a place to talk to you tonight, but you're running out of time. They're gonna pull back a watch.
Where does he want to meet?
Not far.
You're not helping me trust this.
Not my problem.
That's fair. I'll go.
Not alone.
And while as he grits his teeth for a second, I I am going to rush these rituals, learning. I have too much to do tonight and tomorrow in the beginning before the Elysium. I don't know if it's good for me to go.
Suppose I should be there.
So we can have some go and some stay at the chantry. The chantry's at least safe. All right. Because we haven't had enough going on tonight. Let's go talk to the father. Cats will stand up.
We're gonna have to walk.
That's fine.
Yep.
Just keep your eyes out for three-eyed freaks.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Jordy, I'll talk about it later. So Hasib's staying. Jordy and I are for sure going. Maruna.
I'm happy to go.
All right. And Dr. Quango, would you like to go to a meeting with the father, who is the head of the clan of Nosferatu, or would you like to stay with Hasib in the chantry?
I suppose, to not break the buddy system, I'll have to stay with the Sieve here in the chantry. Mr. Price, you have my list of things that I need and what I'm willing to offer for them.
Out of character, can you send me that again?
Okay, no problem.
I do
Dr.
have
Quangle,
Michael.
If Dr. Quangle, if you'd want to go, I can stay. It's fine.
Well, if you guys wish to go, Michael is here. And oftentimes he assists me with my ritual studies anyway. So
Quangle looks at Jordy. Does Michael count as a member of the buddy system?
No.
Jordy?
Someone has to stay here, Maruna or Dr. Quango.
Well, forgive me, Maruna. I do have questions. If you would like to go, I have no problem staying.
All right. Either way is fine for me. I just want to do something useful. I don't really care what it is.
All right, I'll be going then. Feel free to use the library to do any research. I sign in when you do use it while I'm gone and dust your feet off.
Maruna, you're welcome to come along as well. The buddy system was for leaving the chantry, not staying inside of it.
Bite, can you wait outside for a moment?
Alright. Comes around. You're gonna step carefully and cautiously outside.
I need to impress upon you all who have not dealt a lot with this particular process before. Do not say or do anything that gives any information away in front of these people. Even by saying three-eyed freaks, you've given them a lot of information that you could have bartered for. You could have used that information to pay for other things. And Hasib, don't talk about gargoyles in front of people that shouldn't know they exist. Please tell me you haven't messaged him that they exist.
I don't believe so. Steve looks around the room like it's very interesting for a second. Like those walls are really cool.
Hasib, I don't know what to do with this right now. But everybody going. keep your secrets close and don't give away anything unless you're getting something for it. Everyone got it?
Understood.
Sensational.
Great. Hasib, keep Michael with you.
Of course.
Let's go.
So we're just walking down the street.
So who's stepping
Awesome
outside
bike,
the chantry?
guys. Jordy, Cass, Quangle, Maruna. The only
You're
one
staying
staying back is
behind.
Hasib.
All right. In that case, we watch as you step outside to see that Geist simply turns around and begins walking in a direction further down the street.
Cass is going to follow and jog up to walk alongside him. He's going to lean over just while they're walking very quickly. You're pulling Hasib into a whole bunch of things.
And that's my problem. Right?
You showed him a video of someone getting murdered. He's innocent.
Seems a big boy. His own decision.
I just worry what you're bringing him into. Because you and I know each other well enough. I'd like to hope at this point.
Worry too much. He chuckles.
Don't tell anyone.
Very unsettling.
Yeah. And he's gonna keep walking.
Eventually, you reach a point where he steps out into the street, round. He's confident there. You watch. Lift up a manhole cover. Scraggly clouds. Pulling it open and pushing it to the side, and then looking to you all, gesturing into the pit.
You're not serious, are you?
Go back home.
Dr. Quangle, why don't you lead the way?
Marina's
Just goes
already,
down. Yeah.
Marina is already going in.
Yeah, they both no hesitation going in.
Ridiculous. Quango pulls out a handkerchief and slowly goes down all the handkerchief between each bar and each hand that's touching a bar. He doesn't want to touch anything. The handkerchief
Jordy.
is oh, sorry. The handkerchief is discarded in the sewer. It doesn't have his initials or name on it. It's a random handkerchief, but is quickly discarded in the sewer because it's gross now.
Jordy will put on his driver's gloves before he goes down too. Not like he's gonna get to use those anymore anyhow. So
As you arrive at the bottom, you're an unsettling squelching sound. Luckily, however, it's pitch black, so you cannot see anything. Probably for the best.
I'm going to be sending the bill for my new loafers to the chantry, Regent.
You chose to come.
sure, we'll make sure that it's assigned to you. Whip, he says as he continues.
Quango grumbles.
You hear the sound of metal. As if someone's like fiddling with something. A torch turns on. Unsettling figure. Horrific. Ready?
Just before that, like Jordy's just on his. He's got his. No, we don't have phones, do we? Not like that. Never mind.
Phone.
He doesn't have a flip phone.
You have a pager.
I will save it. He hasn't let anyone know about his car yet. His second one.
Eddie.
I mean, we just got back after that event, pretty much, right? Isn't
Mhm.
that how it went?
Oh yeah.
Your
That-
your insurance payment is gonna be sky high.
Oh yeah.
It's the worry.
That guy turns his flashlight down the walls of the sewers, which is wait.
Dr. Quangle will position himself near Maruna and kind of lean in. How are you feeling after tonight's events?
It's I'm feeling a lot of things, I think. Or I don't think I can think about it too hard right now. Because we need to keep going.
That makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
Remember, my door is always open to any member of the chantry.
Thank you, Doctor. How about you?
It is tiring the rate at which we encounter adversaries and roadblocks, but hopefully this endeavor will bear some fruit. Ones that aren't filled with ash.
Yes. Be good.
That is the hope, at least.
I hope Hasib is okay back there.
I think out of all of us, Hasib is the safest out of any of us, given where we're going.
Suppose the chantry is one of the safest places we can be, not that that's saying a lot.
That, and the company he keeps.
True.
And yeah, Quango will continue walking forward in the smelly sewer.
Begin to make your way further into. Eventually, you enter a point where like guys stand up. Goes and he places the torch up. And then, almost as if hearing as you blink, a figure appears just behind with it, illuminated by the light. Kess, you would recognize as Father Greg.
Kez is towards the front, I've assumed, just because he's blindly following. He'll incline his head. Father, how are you?
I am well.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well, my child. I've heard you wish to speak with me. I assume it is of importance.
I had not asked to speak with you.
But I know you, and
Your eyes are getting better.
it's not really sight. I think you'll find far more done by listening, by seeing. But I digress. What is it you speak?
Kess will look to the group. Because if I remember correctly, it was requests from the group of what they wanted information for.
Quangle can go first. Hello, I am Dr. Quentin Quangle. I assume you are the father, is that correct?
Is what I am known as. Yes.
Very good then. It has been requested of me to look into an individual. I understand that questions coming to you exact the price on the asker. Is that correct?
Yes. Nothing is free. Everything comes at a price.
Sensational. Well, what is the price that you name for information?
Normally it is information I have not heard. Or other important things that it is important for us to know.
I see. Very good then. Well, the individual that I am looking into goes by the name Duke. They have been in the city for a short amount of time. They are a member of Clan Ravnos. Specifically, I was asked to determine why are they here. Their intent.
I see. And what are you offering up for this information?
I can offer up the name of the person who's asked, and if that is not enough, as I'm sure you are aware, I am in a great deal of debt. It is staggering. And one of those debts have come to the forefront of my attention lately. I can give you the details on that debt as far as I know. I'm sure it'd be of interest to you, relatively.
Always.
I see. So do I go first or do you tell me first?
You are not well trusted. You may speak first.
Very wise decision. That one. Well, the individual in question is a Maximilian Walton. That's the person who came to me, kindred rather, who came to me with the question of Clan Ventru. So the Ventru are looking into this individual, this Duke of Ravnos. To what purpose, I
see.
don't know.
I assume it is this Maxim. Oh, a debt.
Yes, one of them.
Well then, on to know this Duke. I feel comfortable sharing that he is. What would the term be? Rumors are that he is a oddity, a collection prince.
Oddity in the collection of the prince, implying that the prince takes interest in him. Something outside of the norm.
It should be.
Hmm.
Considering the venture, I would have thought he would inform them. This Duke's appearance in his city. Curious that the venture are no.
How interesting. How interesting indeed. I believe this may satisfy our current agreement. Is that a good assumption?
Very well.
Do you have more information?
If you have more information to trade.
Out of character, Mark, given my conversation with Maximilian, um, and my knowledge of him, would this be enough to kind of satiate him for now?
For now, maybe. But he'd want to know more. You'd probably, I mean, you can probably guess that Maximilian, after all, if Duke is indeed in the employment of clan member, this is probably
Right.
if you would like, you can make a perception.
You know what? I'm going to make a perception empathy. Part of the cards. What difficulty?
Difficulty 7.
7. I can't read this guy because of all the warts.
Very difficult. 2 successes. Oh, that reminds me. Everyone roll a d. Uh, uh,
Has enough time passed? Or we're kind of on the same night?
I think you have one more. So we'll say not for them. But you know that your time is right. With 2 successes, you get the feeling you offered him information he probably already knows. He offered you information probably already. So you need to get more specific about what kind of information you want, and you need to offer something substantial. Meaning, if you want information that Maximilian doesn't, that's a different question to.
All right, and it would have to be. I would have to offer him information that him and Maximilian don't already know, or rather that he
Or
doesn't
rather,
know,
that
right?
he doesn't. He knows that Maximilian,
Okay.
that you are.
Yeah, he's aware of that, so he wants more details on said debt. Um, and we've already let the salubri thing. Let's see.
As he's standing there, cat crawls up, climbing up. He doesn't seem to.
How interesting. um,
There's Salubri in town. They all but cut my vehicle in half.
They hunt you.
That's the rumor.
Or would you like to trade this?
Well, Quangle wasn't capable of coming up with his own solution, so let's just trade for what he needs.
Or is this
you
acceptable?
spoiled me, Jordy. Michael looks over at Jordy. You spoiled me.
It was not the prince who summoned forth It was the seneschal. As far as I know, he is in his employ. But it is possible that using him.
Cass levels
Isn't.
a look at Jordy.
He's indeed a man of vagabond. I don't expect him to stay in the city for. But perhaps he has a reason to stay.
Is the prince doing much of anything these days? Seems to be
No.
hard to contact.
Princes. Though it's not uncommon for take time away from the prince. He is quite old of.
Yes. Well, for the record, I do appreciate how forthcoming you've been, and I have no further questions. And Quango goes to the back of the line.
Jordy will kind of wait to see if Myrna or Cass speak up here.
Marina would step forward. I have someone that I'm looking for.
Very well.
Very well.
I'll tell you the name of that person. Of course. I can also tell you at least one other person who's looking for her.
Very well.
The person I'm looking for is Celine Francis. There's someone named, well, someone who goes by the name of Fox Adams, who is also looking for her.
I see. What is it you want?
I want to know where I can find her.
She is with the state.
Do you have more specific information?
Yes?
I can provide more specific information in exchange, of course.
What specific have?
Do you know of Fox already? I can tell you something you don't know, but I need to know what you do know in order to do that.
That's not how this works.
All right? Will you at least tell me if you know of him? I don't know how off the grid he manages to stay. Probably not as much as he thinks he does.
I know of everyone in this city, little girl. You are far better overestimated than underestimated. I acknowledge.
Well, in that case, he collects rare artifacts. Some of the things in his collection are probably things that are well sought after by others. I don't think he knows what everything he has is worth, or if he does, the reasons that it's worth something to him aren't the reasons that it might be worth something to someone else. He doesn't care about the details or the specifics. He has a lot of things. He doesn't know what they do, just that they're special. That's all he cares about. He has a childer staked in a glass box in his home. He is someone that I am blood bonded to, and that's a bond that I hope to break if I can. It's only recently that I've been able to speak of it at all.
Would you like to know how one break a blood bond?
I would, but I would, if I don't know how much my information can buy me, and it's more important that I know where Celine Francis is.
Celine Francis, student. If I might, you have offered information that is valuable. However, if it is known by the people valuable, valuable.
He has a book from the Coven of the Moon.
Where did it get?
I got it for him.
One you are looking for goes to a boarding school are very.
Thank you.
If you want to know more, It will cost. But I think I have given you a go.
You have. I may come back to trade another time when things are less pressing. She'll take a step back.
Cass will gesture to Jordy.
Emotions to Kess.
Cass gives him a look of like, "Are you kidding?" And then will nod to the father. I don't have a question so much as I might need help. My sire's grown less than fond of me. I don't feel I need to explain why that's a problem. What would you ask in return if I need to go to your clan for protection?
He looks around. This is a discussion we best have in private.
That's why I wanted to go last. Jordy, want to go before I step away for a bit?
Tell the man who your sire's in league with.
Stop now. That's not yours to give. And it will be mine to give when I decide.
You will listen to the regent, or you will die.
Do what you want, Jordy. Lord knows you always do.
Says the person without title that brings offense to the one with title in front of another clan.
Says the one who would be dead if not for me. So, forgive me for that.
You've
We
done what you've
can't-
done.
Cass walks away. He walks
We
back towards
can't
the
be
opening of the
fighting
sewers.
right now. We can't
I'm
afford to turn
done
against each other.
being everyone's joke. The next time it happens, it'll be more than words. And believe me, before you get out of hand, I have more power than you think I do.
Cass left. Cass went back towards the opening of the sewer.
Yeah, that was around the other two.
Okay.
Understood, Regents. Crystal clear.
I need something taken.
What?
An artifact.
Why?
Because it's important to the Tremere. You give it to me, and I will owe you a life boon.
Why is this so important?
That's a secret I'm not willing to share. But you may address me as Regent. And there's two
Maybe
things in that.
address me.
One,
It's premature.
yeah, there's two things there. One, he's kind of banking to see if there's a response from the lack of, no one knows that we're without a regent. No one knows that Jordy's the regent now, right?
If there is, he doesn't let it slide.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can always make a perception. This
Yep.
will be difficulty.
Absolutely will.
This will be difficulty.
Difficulty 8.
His guard is up.
Yep.
This went from helpful advice to business.
Yep. Modifier difficulty 8. No, sir. Mm-hmm.
You can't read. This guy is possibly, and so he doesn't have the normal signs. You may continue.
The artifacts in the museum. It needs to be clear that it was not us who took it.
We require 2 things. Name and a true location. Precision is key. You want this done well. No hiding little details that need to be known. And if you do not know, speak plainly.
I'm trying to remember what it was actually called on the, because we actually saw it. We saw it on display. So I'm trying to remember what it was on display.
Do you want me to tell you? I took notes.
Yeah, sure. I did too, but it was from like months ago.
I have a sticky note. It is
Nice.
so it would be, well, okay, so there was
Like a few of them. But
there were
we thought
4 of them, and there are 2 that are kind of There's a root urn, and that's a ceremonial urn found in the mountains, but there was an obsidian pendant that had red lines used to repel death, and Jordy felt a pull to that one. So I'm unsure which of the 2 it is, if I'm honest.
Root cracked urn?
There was like a fire sword or something, right? Like.
Well, yeah, there was a weapon, but the weapon didn't have any.
Yeah.
Didn't match any.
Fox of Sara Mizigetsua. No,
Yeah,
wait,
that's
different.
a weapon. That's the weapon.
there was the one that had like the,
Oh, it's just
almost
it's
like
just
livid.
called the obsidian pendant with red vine painting.
Yeah.
It
Awesome.
did it.
Jordy just kind of uncharacteristically, he says, one sec. And he kind of realizes that we never did confirm. Like, we are certain, but not really. Like, gambling life boon for the wrong one. Mark, he's going to step aside. And to himself, or maybe not so much to himself, he's going to whisper, I need to know which one it is. Which one is it?
Can we say Dr. Quango kind of steps in front of Jordy, like between Jordy and the Nosferatu,
You can do that.
while Jordy's having an episode, talking to himself.
And I think Maruna's gonna go over to Jordy.
Blood sword. I'm presuming you're activating the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Blood sorcery or willpower?
It'd be your willpower. It'd be as if you're
Yeah.
activating the blood source.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Just making sure.
If there's
believe the
anything,
difficulty- Go ahead.
I don't know if there's anything I can do to help with this, but if
Not in
there is
this
anything I
case.
could do, okay.
You can make me a. You are very lucky that you are empowered at them. So that's 3 successes.
Right. All those ones.
Maruna, you could make me a perception and awareness.
Okay.
This will be difficulty 7 because the light situation's not great.
General point of order, Cass would have gone out of sight, but he would have stayed in hearing range. Because he's nosy.
You said awareness and perception? And the difficulty was 8?
Ooh!
Ooh.
Yeah. So here's what you see. Actually, no. We'll set off with what. Joy, as you are focusing in, you close your eyes for a moment, and have this this pull. As you ask this question out into the darkness, you feel the darkness begin to answer back. Whispers. You see images in your eye, 2 items. One is the urn, and the other is
Obsidian?
obsidian. Pendant.
Pendant.
The obsidian pendant. You watch as the obsidian pendant begins outwards, blood dripping down on the ground, and you feel power from it. However, your eye is then drawn to the urn. As you watch inside the urn, roots begin to sprout outwards, coalescing around it. The urn begin to crack and break before suddenly the urn close in and shatter the urn, destroying it. Watch the roots begin to fly outwards, and inside you see this tiny little seed that pulses with.
So the image had both, right? And the urn shattered. So we can. One way to interpret that would be that the 2 were needed, but that's probably not the case. It's probably the shattering would be a way to reflect on that would be that it's not what is needed. It's being discarded.
Just a note, there was a seed inside the urn.
Right. Okay. I missed that part. That was a Bob fault.
The one bleeds, the other has a seed with it. And the other one was destroyed by the seed with it. You get the feeling that it's pointing you more towards the urn. But it's not to say
Yeah.
that obsidian pendant is nothing.
Yeah, I think Jordy's not very good with visions, right? It's not exactly used to interpreting them. I'll be like,
Maruna, from your perspective, quickly, as you look over Jordy as you approach him, watch as he closes his eyes for him. And then as he opens them, they're pitch black. this ink darkness faded his eyes. There is no reflection in them. And then you see kinds of dark lines appearing, almost like blood vessels bursting, before eventually the inky blackness almost seems to move out of like your sight and behind his eye. And then his eyes return to...
I think she's watching this as soon as they do, because she recognizes the vibe of that. She'd just be like, "What is it? What did you see?"
Bob, you're muted.
There we go. He says, it's the urn. The urn. We need the urn. And he looks at the padre to see if that's enough information. Kind of testing. The padre seems to know a lot, right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of just saying if he's aware of what's come in recently. Let's see.
For a moment. Then he seems to slowly... You will have what you stood.
And I will keep what I have promised.
Will. Is there any other final bit that isn't for the collection of... Because if anything is left out...
He'll look to Maruna and to Quangle.
Quangle will pipe up. You may encounter resistance when gathering the item, potentially from where it is, security, of course, and other.
Other...
We believe this Sabat, right? Was it the Sabat? We believe the Sabat is after the same item. My regent has made it painfully clear that why we need it is not to be discussed. We need the item, but the Sabat is after it also. We don't fully comprehend what abilities they'll bring to the party, but personally, I would overestimate them.
I see.
I believe they're working with an older one. They seem organized.
Very well. Is there anything else that is needed?
That is all for me.
I wish you good fortune on procuring the item.
I will see you at Elysium, I presume.
Of course. And as always, this conversation...
Before the Padre leaves, Kess emerges from wherever he's been. He's gone far enough that he hasn't been in sight, but he's been listening. And he kind of just walks past everyone. You and I can either speak tonight or another night. I know it's very, very late.
We will talk now. That you watch. She
Cats won't.
reaches her hand out, places it on her shoulder, and then you all watch as the flashlight flickers. And during one of those flickering bursts of darkness, both Kess and the Padre disappear.
I think Maruna kind of shuffles a bit nervously and just looks to Dr. Quangle. And just says, the last time he did this was how we ended up in the situation we ended up in earlier.
I understand. Let us hope that this does not result in the same outcome. It is my intent to wait here for Mr. Price and the father, with the Regent's blessing, of course.
Very well. I don't mean to stay. I would like an escort back.
All right.
Like I shrug and this way you'll reach this.
You'd walk out.
I think Maruna is kind of torn.
Quangle will nod to Maruna. You may go with him if you wish. I'll be fine, I assure you. I'll wait for Chris.
I don't wish, but I do think it might be wise. And she'll turn and head off after Jordy.
Quangle will start cleaning his fingernails.
With that, we cut to Kess, and for you, Kess, it's quite an odd. You were standing there one moment. The light flickers. You're still standing there. But no one else other than the Padre can see you as he gestures for you to follow him through the sewers.
That's a neat trick. Remind me to find something to pay for that.
Useful private conversations done. You want plan of to ensure you are protected. Must tell us all of the dirty secrets of the Tremere. There is no lower price accepted.
You've always driven a hard bargain, you know that?
You're valuable, yes, but you're not that valuable.
I'm not valuable. Ask the man who made me.
Value is completely determined by perspective. What is valuable to one man is nothing to another.
I can't give you sorry.
You have value to the right people.
How can I be valuable to you, Father? Because giving up my clan kills me in another way. So, you see the predicament that puts me in.
You see the predicament.
I figured it didn't hurt to ask.
The choice is yours, Cass. I have laid down the call. It is up to you to
Forgive
pay it.
me. You know my respect for you. You know my care for you. I wish I was your child and not his. But I can't. I can't destroy what they've built. I can't be the thing that does it. One more question.
Yes.
What can I do to negate the life boon that's just been offered to you?
Give me something more valuable.
And if I offered mine? My life? Instead of his?
You should listen to your regent more. He gave you some sound advice. Not worth as much as him.
What would it cost? Tell me.
Something that is equal to control over a powerful member of another clan.
All I can give you is things about Caius. And I'm not sure you know them yet. But I'm not sure they're worth another. You want another clan, unfortunately, and I don't have that.
There is a reason that were forgiven for their transgression before the Convention of Thorns. And it is because they are useful.
Would you like me to teach you something?
No. In honesty, I don't care to learn what.
Um, I would give you anything,
But you cannot
Father.
give me what I want.
There has to be something.
I have told you.
Can you promise me you won't throw his life away idly?
No. Because I do not wish to lie to you, Cass. I cannot make a promise that spurns generations. I can promise that he will not see no. Not from my action.
If I get you what you want in a year, will you leave him be?
If it is what I want, then yes.
You know me. I'll die trying.
That is why you are not as valuable as him. Friend is waiting. He begins to walk back down.
Thank you, Father. Kess will stand for a minute before he starts walking back.
Has Kess reappeared from whatever pocket dimension he was in?
Yes, he watches as the light begins to flicker once more in front of you, and Kess and the Padre appear once.
And Quangle's done cleaning his nails.
Cass will do a deep bow to the Padre. Thank you, Father.
Child.
If only. You're all who stayed.
Are you talking?
Yeah.
Yes. And the dear Regent wished to return to the chantry, and he was escorted by Mr. Geist and Maruna. Didn't want to break the buddy rule.
Has the Nos to my knowledge left at this point?
A Bitegeist has. Padre turns around
Padre.
and start creeping further into the doors.
Cass will start kind of weaving his way back to where they got into the sewers. And he won't speak until they're out. Did you get what you wanted?
I got enough. The thing about being in debt is that they're useful. You can't give them everything that they want, or else they have no more use for you. So I got enough to buy me more time. And that's all we really can do, play for time. And I didn't have to give them anything because the Regent gave it to them.
Yeah, the Regent gave them a lot.
Yes, he did.
He's angry with me.
Yes, he is. You do understand the position you put him in. He had no other option than to be stern with you, right?
I've been trading information longer than him. I should have explained it more thoroughly before we went in. You don't trade other people's secrets or say them out loud. So that was my fault.
Yes, potentially. He also could not. He also could have not been a dick, but he's Geordie, and we love him for it.
Unfortunately.
I won't ask you what you spoke with the Nosferatu father about, for it is not my place. But I will say this. I hope whatever you traded in there was worth it.
I'll let you in on a secret. I didn't trade. They asked too much, and I didn't trade.
Very smart, Mr. Price. Very smart.
They asked me to sink us.
In
Trade
their
the
position,
Tremere for my own life. And I couldn't do it.
I've never once doubted your loyalty. That's one thing I'll say. Ah,
And then I tried to trade for something else, and they wouldn't accept what I was offering because it wasn't enough. So it's been a rough night.
you know, during my drunken stupor after our mass feeding event, I told you and Maruna and Hasib later that you all were loved. That is the truth. You know that, right?
I know people love me, but I tend to make dumb decisions.
Look
So
at
it's
what
easier if you all stay further away.
we just crawled through a sewer. We all make dumb decisions. That's what makes us
You all got
family.
valuable information out of that sewer, and Jordy got to yell at us, so
That's what he's good at doing, yelling.
yelling and
And
throwing his life away, apparently.
that was his choice to make. I would not have made the same choice, but I am not the regent. Yet.
He's given them too much power.
Yes, he has. And they will come back calling.
How
I
much do you
don't.
know about the head of the venture?
Mark, how much do I know about the head of the Ventru?
Well, do you mean the head of Ventru or do you mean the Primogen? Head of the
Uh,
Ventru is
uh,
technically the prince.
the Primogen, because I think you're talking about Maximilian, right? The one I
Maximilian
owe a debt
Walter.
to.
You know, I don't think Kez really knows who he's talking about, if we're fair. I think he's a little bit of a
Well,
mess.
if
So
Dr.
whoever Quangle chooses.
Yeah, if Quangle is assuming he means Maximilian Walton, Maximilian Walton is a very rich old money industrialist. Very much has his fingers in a lot of different pies involving the city's financial world and mortal influence. Um, if there's a business in the city that's succeeding, Walton has had a hand in it. He also may or may not be uh, my allegory for Walt Disney,
Love it.
or the inspiration for him may or may not be.
Well, Mr. Price, Maximilian is very rich, very powerful in our world and in the waking one. He is not a man to be trifled with. It must be handled with care.
Okay. How much do you want to bet Jordy's locked in his office right now? And Maruna's trying to fix it.
I'm not much of a betting man anymore, given it's partially the reason why I'm dealing with all of this. Yeah, he's definitely in the office. That's a safe
Yeah.
bet.
He doesn't
He's in the office.
gloom around in his room like everybody else. No, he has to make it businessy in the office.
Yes. I'll probably go and speak to him when we get back.
I probably might. I feel like I should.
Probably, yes.
I might die.
We all might die.
Well, he'd kill me quicker than at least two of our other options, so.
You mean Jordy would kill you quicker?
Well, yeah. He did just threaten to kill me, so.
He's
Add him to the list.
Jordy's not going to kill you. Cass, he's just saying that. And I wouldn't let him. There's too much going on for us to be thinning our ranks right now.
Still, he's not
It
my
just
worst option.
He's not. There are worse ways to go. Just don't antagonize the man in public.
I don't try to.
And you say this with a straight face.
Yes.
At
He was
every
about to give away
opportunity.
the one thing I had to bargain. And it was my information that I gave to him out of trust. And he almost just threw it to the Nosferatu for nothing.
Your point has been made, and that is valid and true. What I refer to is the totality of your interactions with Jordy is mostly you downplaying his role. Mostly you being rebellious. Now, this is a personality trait of yours, which I understand thoroughly. But Jordy is very you have to handle him a certain way.
I'm honest with him.
Well, now he's threatened to kill you for your honesty.
Then he needs to pick what he wants. No secrets are secrets.
Very valid point. You are not wrong.
It's fine. I'll talk to him after you do. You chill him out for me.
No, no worries. That's my role now, caregiver to undead adults. Mm,
Thanks, Mom.
Quangle chuckles. You're welcome.
With that, we'll cut over to Maruna and Jordy. Jordy, as you make your way out of the sewers, you find Maruna is not far behind you.
Okay. He's moving at a steady pace.
Mhm.
Okay.
She'll follow quietly for a while. Probably wait until Bitegeist is gone to say anything.
He does that
Like-
just short of a power walk that, a lot of military leaders do.
As soon as you get out of the sewer, Bitegeist seemingly disappears.
Maruna will wait a little bit longer just in case. And when they're kind of like out of earshot of the sewer, she'll say, I know that this probably isn't what you want to hear. You really need to work together right now.
Yes, we do. He's kind of continuing. I'm assuming he didn't stop.
Yeah, no, she's not stopping either. She's like, if she has to, she is, picking up her pace because she's definitely shorter
Yeah.
than him, but she's picking up her pace to keep pace with him. You don't have to use fear to be a good leader.
It's what's expected of us.
That doesn't make it good or right or the best way to do things. If there's anything that we've learned,
The Camarilla will eat us alive.
if we're divided, then yes, they definitely will.
Undermining is the same as divided.
Asking a question is not undermining. We were in an area that was. Guess is our connection.
It was not a question. It was not intended as one. It was rhetorical. You know this.
Part of being a leader is knowing who to delegate to. Cass is our connection to the Nosferatu.
Connection, yes.
He has the knowledge.
Diplomat, no.
Would it have killed us to defer to him in that situation?
He doesn't answer.
You know he's looking out for you just as much as anyone else.
I meant my words.
I believe you. I believe that you meant them. I would ask you, as one of your clan, to reconsider them.
Remind me how we got to the situation where we're walking instead of driving. Where were we again? Where were Dr. Quangle and I going, and why?
You think the Celebri wouldn't have found your car had you been headed somewhere else?
I'm not worried about the car.
What are you worried about?
There is no organization. There's no unity. There's everyone running off to deal with their little contacts. What did you call them? They're doing things, those are as good as secrets. And they're getting us compromised every time.
Do you think pulling on a tighter chain is going to make us more unified?
I don't know if it matters if we all die first.
It does matter. Because this, you two fighting, ensures that we'll all meet our end. I don't mean to claim that has handled things perfectly either. But being a leader doesn't just mean shoving everyone else into the background. Sometimes it means being the bigger person. True power doesn't need to announce itself. And anyone who knows what power looks like will see that. When you throw around threats, yell, they don't make you look stronger, they make you look weaker, and you do not need to do that to be stronger because you have strength within you already.
He looks pretty uncomfortable with that.
Gravity doesn't throw around threats. It simply exists. We all know it, we all feel it. Be gravity.
Regardless of the outcome, it is gravity. Doesn't make exceptions to rules. If that's what
No.
you want, I can show you that. It is uncompromising. It is a law. For now, when in places of public, unless absolutely necessary, Kets and I will be separated. I will not be undermined. We can work together, but not in the same place. I can't show up to a conversation with a Primogen and be disrespected.
Very well. That seems like a reasonable solution.
Even Quangle, who hates me, understands that.
Quangle doesn't hate you.
It goes back a long way.
Not everyone who thinks you're wrong sometimes hates you.
Sometimes.
Clearly, he doesn't think you're wrong all the time, or he would have been the one arguing. And he wasn't, as you just pointed out.
You're right. We don't have time for petty games. But that needs to be all petty games.
I agree.
There can't be personal business with sires when the sires are Tremere. It's a clan problem. Caius is a clan problem.
Yes,
The Bahari are a clan problem.
I agree.
We need to prepare for Elysium and hope that they make good on their bargain. If we do, that means we can concentrate on the girl. What's left and what's needed for the ritual.
The school that it's the boarding school that I went to. It is also the boarding school that Hasib went to.
How prepared are you to go through with this?
I have to be. I don't have a choice.
If we go forward with this, I don't think any of us can pretend not to be monsters.
Been a monster since the day I died. But I don't think we're that different from anyone else. When it comes down to it, most people, whether they're dead, alive, undead, most people do what it takes to survive. If that makes you a monster, then I can't think of anything more monstrous than being human.
I think he would just let that sit kind of eerily and quietly as his brain processes what's next. And he wouldn't have much in the way of words unless Bruna added more.
I think she'd just let that be.
With that, we cut over to Hasib, who has been studying. We see him in the library. Did he sign in, or did he not?
Of course he signed in. That's the protocol. He signs in every time.
Alright. We see the sign-in sheet with his name on it. We see him with a number of different books that are opened, as well as some scrolls that have been laid out. He seems to be going through and learning these rituals. We also see the blank titled book next to him. And Hasib, you watch as you're going through. At some point you hear a thud. You look over to see that the book is open itself.
Hasib will kind of grab it and nudge it closer, pushing away a bunch of the other tomes that he has splayed out all over the table. and he'll give a long sigh. This is a lot to go through all at once, but we're going to need it very soon. Um, well, how have you been, Garat? He kind of looks over the pages a little bit. Um, things have been going. Well, they've just been going so far. We're looking into getting the reagents and the requirements for that ritual. You know, the one that's was in the scroll.
Watches them begin to move on their. You see what looks to be a copy of the ritual, just in the pages of. But then you watch as a line across some of it, and then you watch as new.
Asib squints. He's pretty good at rituals, so he's trying to determine what kind of effect that would have on the ritual.
Intelligence occult.
All right.
It'll be difficulty 7.
He does have specialization of occult or occult rituals.
Then you can have your specialization. Alright, 2 successes. From what you can tell, it's specifically a part of the ritual that the book had warned you about. It mentions a bit about using the vessel to channel the spirit of another. But in this place, it's replaced it with channel it with the book. Using the book as a focus.
As in, like, using the book as the sacrificial part of it, or more the where the seed
as the
was,
spirit
or
to channel into the.
Asib blinks a few times. I don't understand. I am. You would be able to do that? Wouldn't that change? How would that affect? What is the difference?
As see writing. The house must be one. The clan must be. It will take a magus to lead future Magi. Trust blood the clan. Trust in its power.
So, with how it was just in the scroll, the original, we would not have you with us.
Yes.
See, but he bites his lip. But I don't even know who you are. I mean, you have a very nice name, but and it seems like you know quite a bit, very knowledgeable. But and I'm assuming you are of the clan. It seems obvious, but how am I to know for sure?
We are blood. Trust in power. Do not trust legends and propaganda. Trust in your heart. See, Garrot XI. Would you like to make a perception and occult?
Perception and occult. Actually, what I think I got. I actually do have a perception specialty with the 4 dots of keen eye. If it's something to do with the eyes, I guess.
Keen eye would count.
Okay. Perception occult. What was the difficulty?
This will be difficulty 8.
8. Okay.
You can lower it if you have all specs.
I do have 1 point, but I'm already past the. If we get any, 7 is the difficulty instead of 8.
All right.
So 3 successes.
3 successes. You see the words on the page, then they seem to almost play. Then watch as the letters rearrange. Instead of Durant, XI, it says Goratrix.
Oh, Hasib. I think he blinks a few times and he like nods like that is a name he recognizes, but it doesn't
Do
really
not
hit him
trust
at
in the
first.
lies. Do not trust in the propaganda. Believe in power. It is how we survive.
And Mark, I'm assuming the basics. I mean, Hasib is new to this and he studied some of the lore, but that's a name he would recognize and have a general idea about.
Absolutely. Goratrix the traitor? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Hasib will kind of nod, just keep nodding. Oh, okay. Slowly closes the book and pushes it a little bit away. Right. Um, Michael, how is practicing your name for the sign-ins? And Hasib looks over, trying to distract himself from what he just realized. Hasib's head has a couple examples of Michael's name written down on a sheet of paper, and he has Michael practicing trying to draw, the symbols of English,
Yeah. It has that weird uncanniness. Again, it's someone who doesn't know how to spell, just copying what.
Yeah, Hasib will slowly stand and then take a step over. He's not really in this conversation. His eyes are kind of glazed over a little bit. Very good, very good. I do like how you do the M there. Good. We will need to use these sign-ins eventually, so you can sign the librarian's book. Anyway, I hope the others get back soon. I could use a break from all this study.
Seem upset. Is something wrong?
He glances over his shoulder at the book. I just have so many questions. There's so many unknowns, and finding the answers isn't working like in the past. In the past, I could come into this library, learn anything I really set my mind to, and as long as you applied practice and ritual and enough time, but we don't have time, and everything is wrong. And Hasib kind of just looks down at his hands. He's not really sure how to describe it. My sire will know the answers. I can call out to her. I've learned at least that much. There's a little bit more, but she will know. Yeah, and Nasib, he kind of sighs with relief. And if he can, or if we have enough, if we want to do that now, he was learning the rituals I told you before, but one of them was to communicate with the sire.
Would you like to activate that ability?
He would. He has he does need an item from his sire, which he pulls out a nice small wooden box that houses a nice pen, hand carved pen, and he treats it very almost like a holy relic as he pulls it out.
Intelligence occult. I think it's diff 6.
I think it's just level 1, so it might be 3. I think it starts at 3 or 3. Maybe it's 3 plus the level.
It should say on the actual self.
I'll just do 4. I think it's 3 plus the level of the ritual.
I think so. Either way, she's someone close to you. Eight successes. You focus in on that connection, and then you feel a voice enter. Yes, Hasib?
Sire, you're yes, sorry. A lot has occurred, and I'm sorry if I am catching you at a bad time. How goes your travels first? Have you made it to Vienna?
Yeah, it's still sailing in.
Oh, good. A lot has happened here. We've made some new revelations, and it seems we have less time than we thought. A lot of biblical events seem to be preceding some grand end, possibly. Our own powers have, as we have noticed before, are waning and getting worse by the day. Though we have discovered a ritual, possibly penned by Tremere himself, and it requires quite the reagents and possible sacrifice, but it may restore us. However, we do need a certain amount of participants in the ritual, from the clan. And we need 7 of them. Seems to be quite the particular number. If possible, we would like you to be in this ritual. Well, at least, yes, we would. If you could, don't want to hurry you or anything. I know there's much you might encounter in Vienna, but this may be our way out, our way to save the clan, or at least save our chantry here.
Fortunately, I do not think I will be able to return in time. There's something going on with the ley lines, affecting all sorts of things. I have no way to travel quick. You'll have to find another. But complete the ritual as soon as possible. I will inform the clan of your...
Hasib's face has like dropped. He looks a little very deflated. Right. Okay. Of course, we'll do everything we can to keep everyone together. And I'm not sure about ley lines and if that is repaired by this ritual, but perhaps there's, well, no, the mirror did not work well for the regent. Okay, well, if you have any updates, feel free to call me, and I think that's it.
I will inform you if there is anything you must be notified of. Till then, my child.
Goodbye, sire.
The connection. Disconnect.
Yeah, Hasib will slump into a chair next to Michael, and he looks even more glum.
I think at this point people start returning back to the chantry. Starting with Jordy and Marie, followed. Not too far behind. Dr. Quangle and Cass.
I think Myrna would probably, as they're heading in, just say to Jordy, "Do you need anything?"
We'll meet before our rest for the night. Let's say 2 hours before sun. In the library.
Understood. I'll be heading there anyway. Check on Hasib. I'll let
Good.
everyone know. And Marina would head into the library and sign in.
Jordy
And
would go
Hasib.
to an office.
Yeah.
Owe me
Maruna
$10.
Yeah.
Put
Maruna
that in
would
the
find
win
Hasib
column. Let's go.
slumped in his chair.
She'd go over and sit next to him. What's wrong?
Oh, hi, Rooney. I've learned a few things. They are worrying. I called my sire, and she is still alive. This is good because of all the things happening. However, she is far and away, traveling by boat to Vienna and more normal means due to all the disruptions in our abilities and mystical ley lines and the like. And she won't be able to come back for the ritual.
I see. I suppose that's unfortunate, though not necessarily unexpected. I have news as well. The Nosferatu, they were able to tell me where I can find Selena Francis.
Oh, that's good.
She's at Oakwood Hall.
That Hasib narrows his eyes, kind of just into the distance for a second. That is quite the coincidence.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait. That would mean she is quite young. A child.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she teaches there, and is a teacher or one of the classroom aides. You know, there's a lot of staff.
I think they said that she's in school. I don't know what. We're going to. I don't know what the ritual requires. But I know she's probably safer with us than anyone else out here. I wasn't safe at that school. So she won't be either.
We can bring her back here. I she the ritual. Steve kind of fidgets in his chair. He's kind of had to combat the idea of, you know, sacrificing an innocent before, but now that it's probably a child, it's really roiling. The ritual, you know which part this person will play in the ritual, right? I mean,
I keep hoping we can find some other answer. If it were a matter of me even or a matter of just the Tremere, I wouldn't even be considering it. But I think this is more than that. all of signs, everything is telling me that it's more than that, and that this is I want to find another way, but I know we have to do something. And whatever it is, it's going to involve her.
Maybe there are other suitable foci for such a ritual. I don't know if we'll have time to find one, but we should at least look before the end.
All right. Can do that now.
But that we need to make sure we have all the components first, you know, the seed and have her safe.
Yeah. The seed, I think we're gonna take care. Jordy made a deal. If all goes according to plan, we should have the seed.
Hasib nods. He seems distracted for a second as he glances over to where he has all of his books on another table.
Marina will kind of follow his gaze. And is like the book among them.
Yeah, it's the only book surprisingly closed because he has them all open, just splayed out everywhere, and there's only one closed book, and it kind of lingers there.
She'll kind of look to it and look back. Has it spoken to you?
Hasib just nods. He doesn't really say anything for a moment before looking around for a scrap piece of paper. And he grabs it and he jots something down onto it, and then he pushes it across the table. And the piece of paper has a very scribbly word of Michael on it, or a couple tries at the least. But underneath all of that, in Hasib's handwriting, is the name Goratrix.
Again. I think it's best if we keep reading. I'll ask the cards.
Yes, I will. Well, the night is about to end, and we have a big day tomorrow.
Before the night ends, Jordy called a meeting. Everyone. In the library, actually. So we're already there. Should go notify the others. They should be arriving soon.
Okay. Let me. I need to run that book back, perhaps to my room, to make sure I don't know anymore. Something. Yeah, he looks around. He doesn't seem like he's sure of anything. He stands up, takes a few steps over to it, like reaches over but doesn't really grab it. Moves some books, goes to grab it again, and fumbles a little bit.
She'll try to help him kind of here.
Thank you. I have it. I'll be back hopefully with the rest. I hope well, I'll be back. And Hasim will take the unmarked book and head out to store it in his room for now, far away from where we may be having conversations or meetings.
Marina will go to be there when the other two arrive to let them know about the meeting.
In which case, Dr. Quangle, I guess, arrive.
Point of order, Mark. I looked down at the loafers Dr. Quangle was wearing. How bad is it?
Pretty bad. There's some unseemly, slimy stuff attached to the bottom of the shoe.
Thank you. Yep, Dr. Q, he opens the door and tries to use, I would assume we have some type of rug or carpet outside, and he's just
Yeah.
scraping his shoes.
Cass will just step inside. It's seen worse.
If you're going to the library, clean your shoes before going in, please.
I'll take the shoes off before I go to the library.
You are too kind, Mr. Price. I appreciate you.
Would be one.
You're back.
We're
Yes,
back.
Maruna.
I want to hear how the rest of it went, but also Jordy's called a meeting in the library 2 hours before sunrise.
I see. Oh, and where is he at right now?
His office.
Cass puts out a hand. Without looking at Quangle, he just puts his hand out.
I don't know what you're putting your hand out for. I did not bet he was any other place. We both agreed he was in the office.
I
Oh,
deserve
no.
something for that.
Here's another handkerchief. Here's a handkerchief for you. He puts the handkerchief in Kessa's hand. It's important that you clean this when you use it. You can't just be using it without cleaning it.
I believe you wanted to talk to Jordy.
Yes, I will make my way there.
Maruna, I have a favor to ask. Cass is gonna make sure the doors are shut, what have you.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm not the person that Jordy wants to see. Quangle sleeps in his lab. Hasib is Hasib. I have a sire that has open access to this chantry whenever he wants. And he knows where my room is. Can I crash on your floor for a few nights till we figure that out?
Yeah. Can
Cool.
probably not on the floor because sunlight and all that, but
You
yeah.
don't cover your windows?
Of course I
I will
cover them,
note
but
of the room.
You can take the, I can sleep on the floor.
Oh, you're not sleeping on the floor. I was raised better than that. Thanks.
Of course.
Hasib just enters the room, hearing that. Patari, are there sleepovers happening? As he signs back into with the book.
No, Hasib. Necessity is happening.
Oh, well, I hope you can have a study party or something. Anyway, how did the
It's fine. Just fine. Yes, Hasib, you can also sleep. I mean, that's up to Maruna.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's like a kicked puppy.
No, it's fine. I need to do things. There's much studying I need to do. Maybe one night I could come over for a little bit.
I would be happy to have a sleepover time. Whoever wants to.
Hasib immediately smiles wide. I would love that. That would be amazing.
I wish I could still drink.
But I think probably once all this is figured out, right?
Yep. I'm gonna talk to Jordy when Quangle's done, by the way. So I might disappear and then come back.
Okay. I tried to talk him down.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
What was there another fight? Did the many-eyed soul stealers attack again?
Nothing
No,
like-
I pissed off Jordy.
Oh, again?
Damn it, Zach.
Again.
No. I think Kes just kind of does you see the muscle working in his jaw and just does the stare at the ceiling. Yeah, Hasib again.
Oh, well, it's hopefully it's not too bad. We have a lot to do, and we're having a meeting soon.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, I'm not. It's fine. I don't know how badly he wants me at that meeting after this, to be honest. I might just fade into the background and move a mattress.
He's not. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Okay.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
I don't know what he's. I think he knows that it takes two to argue. Two to make
It's
a scene.
okay. I know what I've done, so.
I think he knows what he's done too. Whether he'll admit it to you or not.
Therein lies our problem, but I digress. Do you have fun studying?
As he just sort of takes a seat.
Okay.
Okay. This sounds serious. On brighter news. I should just wait for the meeting.
Anything importantly for the meeting. It's fine.
Wait, you guys aren't going to fight, right? Like,
I
fight.
I'm not going to make promises I can't keep. That feels. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be fine.
That
Yeah.
your words aren't very convincing, but I will.
Lights a cigarette.
Right.
I think at which point
Yep.
Geordie arrive. See everyone waiting.
I think it's up to you, but I think Quangle went to see him. Did I get that right?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quangle is making his way through the chantry. He's probably smelling horrible. But yes, he comes before the door to Jordy's office and knocks on it.
I think just before you are about to knock, the door opens, not because he knew you were there. He looks just as startled, but he looks like he's kind of preparing to leave, so he wasn't expecting you there. Dr. Quangle?
Oh, Regent. Quangle bows. Could I have a moment of your time? I hear that we're having a just like to know the general gist of it going in so I can perform any functions as a whip that you may need of me.
A minute, yes, but we have little time.
Yes. Your office then?
I don't think that's necessary. It's not secret.
Ah yes, the no secrets rule. Yes. Well, I'll have you know that I have had a conversation with Mr. Price, informing him of where he transgressed with you earlier. The public nature of it, and after all, his lack of subtlety that Cass is famous for.
Right? Your point, Dr. Quingle.
Your threat to him earlier, was that true? Is that your intent?
I've said it now. I've put it out in the world. If I'm left in a similar situation, I would have to follow through, or else my role would be nothing. But I don't plan to be in public with Mr. Price. Not any further. Not unless there's a reason, a really, really good reason to do so. There is an order within the Camarilla, just like within the Tremere.
Yes, we can't have public shows of disrespect, especially in front of other clans. So I do,
Especially as the Tremere.
mm, under these conditions, of course.
In general,
Not
we would show them that something big's changed if we did.
very true. We're not particularly known for our leniency.
No, we're not. We need
I
all
know
of
you're.
us right now. I'm not intending to bring us down to a count of 5 when we need 7.
I know, and maybe no one else notices, but I know that you're trying. I know this has been hard. None of us expected to be in the situation a week and a half ago, but here we are.
I don't know, Dr. Quengle, if we'll be successful, or even what that looks like. But as far as I'm concerned, we're one step closer to securing half of what we need.
That is further than where we were yesterday, and I would hope, on whatever force controls this world we live in, that tomorrow we take another step in the right direction. Together.
I don't think Maruna is going to struggle when the time comes.
No, for Maruna, the struggle will come after, once she has to deal with the consequences of what she intends to do. She'll do it for us, for the clan, but it will break her. So I'll be
I'm not sure
requisitioning
Hasib is there yet.
sorry.
Sorry.
No worries. Hasib, there's a strength to him, and I think that when the time is right, he will arrive at the same conclusion that we have, and that he will do what needs to be done. However, before that, he will try his hardest not to have to figure out another way. But he'll walk through the door, as we all will. And then that process will break him.
For now, we move forward with what we know, and we prepare for Elysium. At least we know we don't have, or at least we can, perhaps we can't throw that away entirely, but I was very worried about the Assamites. Perhaps we can rest slightly easier knowing what we know now.
Yes, another problem has been, well, delayed, if not taken care of. There's too much to hope for, no new issues to crop up. But we're at least moving in the right direction. He
At the
puts a
Elysium
hand.
tomorrow, we need only the people that will need to be there, I suspect. We need to think about what best way to place ourselves. We're against the clock, after all.
We can't leave a Maruna and a Hasib. So we take one of those two. You refuse to go out in public with Mr. Price, so Mr. Price must stay behind. And so I believe that choice is yours to make. Dr. Quengle puts a hand on Jordy's shoulder. Being the regent is a difficult job, and I didn't want that job, because I knew we were in interesting times, and I did not want to do any of this. I can think of no better person present in the room to have taken on this mantle. I hope that brings you some form of solace.
Jordy looks like he wants to kind of believe it, but Quangle and him have been at this for so long. He's, I think he's more suspicious. He's like, he gives him a look, like his eyes soften, and then he just shakes his head and says, if that's your way of getting out of tomorrow, Whip, consider it failed.
I have business at the Elysium. Quengle removes his hand and kind of shrugs. I was going. I don't. All right then.
Seeing that his avoidance worked, he feels safer again, and he'll say, We just need to make the best decision, whatever that is. But I do worry about putting Mr. Price in front of a crowd.
Oh, heavens no, he does not belong in front of a crowd. That's not where his specialty lies. In the shadows, maybe. Skulking. Unseen.
Even though we have perhaps we should do this in front of everyone.
Yes. It is about that time, and I need to prepare a requisition for new shoes. Also, I'll need one of those long couches that you see in therapy offices. I believe we're going to need it after all of this blows over. For the good of the clan.
I'm not sure what our financial situation is right now. Perhaps you could consider putting it on Visa.
Understood, Regent. Quenko walks towards the library. Put it on Visa, this guy.
Yeah, so with that, I think they go back into the library where everyone is. Mark,
Can I check? Sorry.
Oh, I was also going to invite the quartermaster. That was all I was going to say.
All right. Quartermaster
I
would
just
show
wanted
up.
to check the sign-in sheet. I'm sorry. I just wanted to check the sign-in sheet.
I think pretty much everyone signed in unless they've said otherwise.
All right. Yeah, I think everyone signed in. He's going to hand the sign-in sheet to the quartermaster and the regent.
And Jordy will sign in.
Quartermaster signs.
Mm.
As everything should be. This one thing is right in this world. Quingo pats the list and takes his place.
Most of you were there for it, but for the purpose of Hasib, I've offered Clan Nosferatu a life boon on myself if they can bring us the seed.
Asib starts to speak and then stops and then raises a hand.
Hasib?
Perhaps I don't fully understand the situation or boons, but life boons are uh very powerful. Doesn't it mean that your life essentially can be made forfeit in many ways?
It can be used that way. I would think that they would only use it that way if it benefited them for me not to exist. But in most cases, I think they would find better use for it for themselves. Not for me, but for themselves. I want them to have all the reasons to be successful.
Asib just nods as he bites his lip again.
The thought should be put into defending the chantry once the seed is recovered. Our truce would be made null and void with Bart, whoever these individuals are. Um, Once we acquire it, they will come knocking.
Right.
So we do the ritual fast. And then hopefully it'll be used and there's no use for them to come knocking anymore.
We are still
Indeed.
down to 3 essential components: the subject, the sacrifice, and by my count, we we only need one more member of the clan. We have the quartermaster here. So,
We need a
Ha-
sacrifice, a vessel, and the seed, if I remember correctly.
Hasib, was it 7 members around in the around for the ritual and the sacrifice and the vessel, implying that we need 8 clan Tremere members?
The
Uh,
sacrifice and the vessel of it.
Okay, my bad.
Sacrifice
yeah. So
becomes the
see,
vessel.
yeah, Hazib would. Since he's been studying the ritual and all that, he would go over the details enough. He would also say, I was able to contact my sire. Um, not great news. Good news that she has been unharmed so far in these troubling times, but bad news as in she's had to resort to slower methods of travel due to our abilities waning and other issues. She's still on her way to Vienna.
See,
Does she know, Hasib, about what's happening here?
I did inform her of a few details. She he finally thinks back. He may have been too lost in his own, elation of talking to his sire. She she said not too much about it, other than we should do what's good for the clan. Um, and to do a good job.
that sounds like the blessing of an elder.
Indeed. Does make you wonder why they're so willing to put it in the hands of us and not do it themselves. I can't think back to many times where that's been the case.
In the
So,
past, sorry, please continue.
no, go ahead.
In the past, they had more elders that were on board the regent, my sire, Cass's sire.
True.
Now there's only 2.
So we're getting the 2 items, and then we have Jordy, Dr. Quangle, Hasib, Maruna, me, and Caius.
And the quartermaster.
And that makes 7.
No, are we letting Caius in on our conspiracy?
It doesn't seem like we have a choice.
I'm not so certain he would want the same.
There's another option.
What's that, Runa?
We sire another.
We would need the prince's approval.
We are
And
going to Elysium.
And we would need someone who can learn on a very steep learning curve. And had aptitude.
Dr. Quangle?
Yes.
You had a look in your eye. Out of character, I
I
think
would.
you've also raised it.
True. Um, Quangle's going to look at everyone. I say this, and I mean it when I say this, that I would not wish affliction on my life that we lead. However, to Jordy's point made long ago, I have no wife. I am a kindred. Rhiannon Quangle, Spellman Quangle, does have aptitude in many subjects. However, if there's a better option, I would say to use it. If there is no better option, then she would be the name I would put forward.
A fledgling's not ideal in general, but I still think it's a better idea than Kai's.
We only have one shot at this, and it's a very complex ritual as it is. We will all be very consumed by the casting, even the knowledge we know now. Is it? I don't like Caius. I don't think anyone does, obviously, but perhaps Caius can be dealt with afterward, whenever we are finished.
I think it's a question of, can he be trusted to know what we're doing in the first place? Will he agree to participate? Even if he does, if he aligns himself with the Pari, they have a different ritual in mind.
You could he's a Tremere, but he's easily bought. Give him something he wants.
The something he wants is you, Mr. Price.
It's not off the table, is it?
No, it's not an option.
I'm willing for it to be an option, so it's on the table.
I'm not.
It gets the clan going again. And it keeps you all alive. Technically, I'd still be alive too. So, he's not going to kill me.
The idea seemed reasonable when Caius was just a prick. But he's some sort of cultist. Do we know that he would even participate, or would he move to stop us? Would our plans get in the way of what he's after?
We know his secret. And you talk to the prince. Or his circles. Offer the carrot and the stick. I'll give you what you want. But if you don't do what I want, I will have every kindred in this city hunting you down.
You're not a bargaining chip, Cass.
Why is it he wants you so bad that he would do something against his own goals just to have you?
I don't know. Right now, he says I know too much by what I saw. And that I am useless now because I know. But he wouldn't kill me, I asked him.
And some sort of fixation the two of you are dependent on each other. Dominator, someone who's subjugated, dominator and the dominated. In that sense, could be psychological.
I'm not saying you don't kill him when you're done. Please kill him.
I don't like the faction he is with. I don't think anybody does, but they are also probably very powerful if they've been able to maintain a ancient submerged temple underneath the city. I'm not sure how much the others in the Camarilla will do on such short notice. We don't have time, um, even for blood hunts. Are
Who's
we?
worse in this case? Goretrix or Caius?
Goratrix.
Are we certain?
Hasib like freezes for a second in his chair.
I think Maruna kind of glances towards him. Like, she doesn't say anything, but she kind of gives him like a head tilt.
Here's the way I see it. And negate it if you want. Goratrix has the Sabbat, and they want to hurt a lot of people. Caius is what he is. He's also a Tremere. And he, as of this moment, wants to hurt one person.
Yes, but the faction he supports wants the total unending reality.
Oh, I know that, and I'm saying beat them to it. Beat them. Get him off the table before they get there. But we need a quick fix so that we can move forward. We don't have time to play a long game.
Either plan puts us at risk of betrayal.
They both do.
And another factor that I have discovered just tonight. Nasib fidgets a bit with his notebook. So the book, that mysterious book that I have been carrying around a lot and learning a lot from, and trying to learn more about slowly. Apparently, the name Gorat XI was an anagram for another name that has actually come up in this conversation, Goratrix.
Hasib, are you implying that you've been speaking to Goetrix via the book with no name?
I don't know how to confirm the writings of a book that writes itself in real time. I don't have much experience with these yet. But it seems to reveal that it said, or I read, that we need power and to trust in power and to not take so much heed into what we've been taught by our elders. Perfect wording, argumentation from someone who we have labeled traitor. I realize, but that is on the table now. I also don't know if this being on our table means it will attract more attention from those of the Sabbat. If they are working for Goratrix, and are looking to bring him back in some way. Well, this book did outline how to do it with an alternate ritual. Same premise, but the book would be involved.
See, but when this is all over, the book goes into the restricted section of the library.
That's
Did it-
fair.
Did the ritual suggest that the book would take the place of the seventh?
I don't think so, Mark, right? It just said the it would
No, it takes place of spirit that inhabits the power that.
Of course. He wants to be Tremere.
seems so.
If we use the book, then we don't need Caius, because we have the book inhabiting the vessel, and we'll have the requisite number of individuals. Is that correct?
We'd be giving Goratrix the position of Tremere.
Yes.
I'm just confirming what everything means. Please believe me, I don't want the spooky book taking over the young girl's body. I just wanted to confirm what this potentiality meant.
The book did seem to say that we will need much in the ways of power even after this. I think we can all tell much is happening. Much is perhaps changing, not just in our realm, in our clan, but everywhere else around us.
So we have 4 options before us. We put our faith in Caius that he won't betray us. There's the Iscariot. There's the book. And then there's making a fledgling and just doing it ourselves.
I think the
As you all
Iscariot
know,
might be one and the same as the book, Dr. Quinn.
Yeah, those are one option.
potentially, yes.
It could be that the Iscariot is a pretender, a Goratrix pretender. If the book is Goratrix, then who is the Iscariot that they are all talking about? Theoretically, of course, a book could be anything. It could be a separated consciousness or something.
Mark, Jordy's gonna be tempted to turn to the side
You like to?
and ask, who is the Iscariot?
Then make the roll.
Oh, Lord.
Spend a point of blood and make the roll.
We can see Jordy himself, right? We're all like sitting around the table.
Probably looks very similar to what he did in the sewer.
I just don't think any of us have seen it yet, except for Maruna.
Michael will audibly say, interesting.
Those of you who would like to perception and awareness.
Perception
Difficulty
awareness.
7.
Can I assume that I know what's happening because I've already seen it?
Oh yeah, you know. You feel you not only do you kind of see him turn to the side and you just see like under his you can feel the presence of power.
I think she would kind of just instinctively position herself to like make sure everyone is quiet so that he can hear it better.
Mark, I have questions.
What's your question?
Okay, I have 2. So does having Aspects 1 help
Lowers it.
me? Lowers it, and then also does his does his focus on the occult help him at all, or no?
What
It's
specialty?
okay if not. I was just curious. I didn't know if we did specialties, but his perception occult is his highest stat
This wouldn't
for
be perception
intelligence
occult.
occult.
This is perception.
Okay. Alrighty.
Feels good.
Oh, well.
Feels good.
Yeah. So Hasib, you would notice that Jordy kind of looks inside and begins to whisper to himself, and you can feel this kind of distant shifting in the, like there's something about the energies. For Cass and Quangle, you straight up watch as Jordy blinks and opens his eyes, and then there's just blackness where his eyes should.
Quango looks at Cass.
Maruna, you would notice this as well. You all then begin to notice there's like what looks to be almost like little lights in his eye, like distant stars. Jordy, as you focus in asking your question, you feel your third eye shift, showing you a horrific creature of taunt, muscle, and skin, and what look to be little slits all over its body. You then watch as those slits open to reveal hundreds of eyes all over its figure and its body. And then you watch as all the eyes are kind of looking out just before they all seem to turn and focus in on you as you hear a voice. Interesting. Another of the usurpers turns its eye to. Don't worry. I'll come for you soon. As you find yourself returned back to reality. You watch as Jordy blinks and you all see as the darkness almost seems to move behind his eye.
All right, whatever the hell that was.
What did you see?
What have you done?
Just what?
Jordy, your humors appear to be unbalanced.
I saw the Iscariot. It was.
What do they look like?
So many eyes. Said it would come in for us. It called me an usurper. It knows what we are. But that term, no Tremere would use that.
I think that the description that he gave would probably ring bell for Maruna.
Oh yeah.
And it could be a member of Clan Samitsi.
Devil. I saw it too. What you're describing.
The seed it came from the mountain, right? The mountains, the Carpathian Mountains, where.
Yes, I believe that was in the museum exhibit. Was it not?
All of them were. All the items were.
So I have a question. Why can you do the seeing now too, Regent?
No
The chantry.
secret.
Oh,
Whatever powers it.
Do any of you have Auspex 2?
I might.
I think you do. You've looked into auras before.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do have aspects too.
Would you like to look into Geordie's?
Yes.
Make the roll.
Do you know off the
That's a
top of your head?
Cthulhu question.
Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head what it is? If not, I can.
Perception, empathy, I believe. I think it's diff 7. It might be diff 6.
Difficulty 7 sounds right, but that's old school, so I don't know.
God, I forgot badly.
Every time I try to find anything.
Or a perception. Perception, empathy, difficulty 8.
Okay.
Successes. Well, for one, you can see that his aura is, of course, pale, as to be expected. As well, what is Shorty's current emotion that's in the forefront?
Right now, it's probably fear coming out of that vision. Usually, it's annoyed.
See what looks to be these dark lines around his spirit. Yet they don't look like ones tailored to things like diablerie or soul consumption. No, these ones are different. But they're stains on his soul nonetheless. They coalesce with power. Again, that kind of darkness, but as you look closer, look to almost be little stars.
Could I gather, or I guess, is there any way for me to know if this is his link to the chantry?
Perception occult. This will be diff 8. You have heard of these patterns described in textbooks during education. These are the signs of someone who has made a pact with a demon.
I think her eyes widen a little bit. She's gonna kind of look around and then look at Geordie again. Can I speak with you for a moment, Regent?
Does it need to be private?
I think it would be best if it were at initially.
I don't think he knows where this is going, so I think he's just going to be like, "We've said no secrets, right? Ask away, Maruna."
All right. You insist? You've entered into a pact with something. Do you know that?
The chantry, yes, that was part of the process. I told Dr. Quengle
Are you
that
sure it was? Are you
it offered
sure?
me more information, more detail on the ritual, on what I wanted to know.
How did you know it was the chantry?
It was the same voice I heard when Kess was with me.
Was there anything else? Anything else that you noticed when it spoke to you?
It's powerful.
Either that voice was lying to you, was an imitation, or the power behind the chantry is some kind of demon.
That's ridiculous. Why would the Tremere do that?
I don't know.
You're saying he has a pact with a demon.
Yes.
God above.
So in point of record, from your perspective, Maruna, the chantry could be said demon then?
All I know is that he has a pact with a demon, something claiming to be the chantry that sounded like the voice of the chantry. Seems to be the only thing that could have made that pact. Whether that is the chantry or not, that's something I can't possibly know, at least not yet, without digging deeper.
Logically, it would make sense, given all the things the chantry can do, that some sort of spirit or some powerful magic was inhabiting it. So, it can't be thrown up a table that it was, in fact, the demon that our forefathers used. Give us this wonderful home.
So I'm trying to get a grasp on what is happening here. When you and I went into the spirit or what have you of the chantry, you heard it talking to you.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay. And it offered you this when? The information that you wanted. The power that you wanted. When did it offer it to you?
It was kind of like I could feel it, the whole chantry ever since, and like it was alive. I assumed it was magic. I didn't really question it. I mean, we were desperate for answers. It offered me power, and I thought it was just something. Why would the elders put something dangerous to us?
Probably for the same reasons that you were willing to accept the pact.
Jesus, Jordy, um, what are you trading for these answers?
I'm not sure. The bargain wasn't exactly straightforward. It took from me something. And it gave me... I haven't felt the weakness of the blood since. But it's close now. It will fade soon.
What's done is done. There's no way around that. It's good now that we know the nature of what we're dealing with. If we had time, I would suggest that we learn more about demons, but at this point, I don't know that it matters. I needed power, and you got it.
I had
What
no
No.
idea it was a demon.
No more. No more asking whatever it is questions or accepting power from it. You don't know what you're giving. And frankly, you already bargained your life away tonight. No
See
more.
if they pull through with the deal. I'm not going to have much left of a life if they don't.
Oh, they're going to pull through with the deal. They as much as told me. I know what happens to your life, Jordy.
Hmm.
No more. We're going to figure out the seed as the first step. Then we deal with the life boon and the demon and everything else. But if it asks to give you power again, you say no.
You should also prepare yourself. Saying no to whatever it is that has will not be an easy task. We've already seen what happens to individuals when they don't follow the rules of their dominator, as he points over to Kess.
We need a 7th, and we need the girl secured. I'm
Yes.
starting to wonder if Elysium is a distraction.
I can make a phone call.
We should
I-
have some sort of showing at the Elysium.
We should.
Dear Regent, I think your night is spoken for tomorrow.
We need the 7th.
I'm offering to get it for you.
Who would this be?
He's offering Caius.
My vote is for, if we have to choose between Caius and somebody else that we don't want, I say we go back to and make an offer to the one at the museum.
The Iscariot.
A
There's
premier anti-tribute working for the area.
Working for her, yeah.
We know that the Sabbat are fractured. They are not all united, just as all the Camarilla is not united. Not truly. There's always bickering. And perhaps this one, ex Tremere, would like to have his powers back, just as we. and it doesn't seem to have any, on the surface, any kind of cross connections with us. Caius, I think Caius would kill all of us if he had the chance. In the end,
I don't know how confident we can be that we can turn the anti-tribute. He seemed very loyal when I spoke to him. There's Goratrix, your book, but that doesn't count as a 7th.
Replaces it.
I think we've determined at this point that we don't have any good options. We just have bad options and worse options.
I would say no to Iscariot.
I would say no to the Bahari. I say this because more than likely we're going to fail. It is better for all parties involved that we fail betting on ourselves, fail, and allow this to get into the hands of the Sabbat or the Bahari. Let's face it, we've been marginally successful thus far, but this won't end up all peachy keen. Failure on our own results in our death. Failure with the Bahari or the Sabbat results in the strengthening of either two of those factions.
Dr. Quinkle's right.
There's Marlena of Wessex. And Dallas.
He brings up a good point. We could gather the seed, the girl, and leave. We go to Dallas, we find Merlinda.
Do the ritual there.
Yes. They must have a chantry. We go to them with the information we have. We're still abiding by the pyramid, and we're getting out of Dodge.
and what if we don't find Merlinda? What if we travel and we still have 6? And
Then we make one.
Go to the local university and find someone who's studying and turn them into a vampire. I don't care who. But it's better to fail on our own than to fail and allow the Bahari or the Sabbat.
It sounds like we
perhaps
have a plan.
If we run, Jordy will never be respected in that court again. Is that something you're willing to sacrifice?
I don't think I was ever respected in that court.
You don't want me to comment on that? Not really.
it's just one court. There are many courts throughout this country and others. We have no idea how this ritual will impact us when we're done. We might not even care for the courts.
Indeed.
All right.
I don't see a better option.
Me either.
This is all bigger than us. More lives are at stake than just our own.
Then it sounds
We
like
bring the book just in case. We keep our options, as many of them as we can, open. And watch the doors close behind us.
And we survive.
yes.
All in favor?
Hasib raises his hand but says, it may be prudent to look into bringing the person we may have to turn if we are going with Dr. Quengle's wife.
How's your wife at driving?
She can't be any worse than any of us.
I mean,
During the day, we might need a truck.
in this case, Regent, I'd like to. I need to go somewhere. It'll only take a couple of hours. Before we go.
Where, Mr. Price? And why? Every time that you've been away,
I know. Believe me, I'm keenly aware of what happens every time I separate. Given the amount of times I come back wounded. So keenly, very keenly aware. You are all, please never do anything with any information that I'm about to give. I'd like to say goodbye to my mother and my father and my brother. Or at least see them again before they're truly lost to me.
If it makes you feel better, Regent, I will go with him. Stay in the shadow. So he won't be going alone. Mr. Price, I have no interest in your family. Small, probably 2-bedroom house, so I'll go with
Well,
you. Or trailer.
you'll, well, um,
Quartermaster, do you have access to our resources, our coffer?
Indeed.
Do we have
At
enough
your
money
command.
for some sort of utility van?
I'd say so.
See if you can acquire a second-hand utility van, something we can ideally no windows in the back. Something
Talk
a
to my
painter
people.
might use.
That can be done.
Regarding our
I-
plan, it must be stated. First and foremost, we don't need every piece of the ritual. For the smallest form of victory, we get the seed or the girl. Without the seed, they can't do anything with the girl. We just need one and then we can leave. Secondly, we all don't need to make it. We understand that Daedalus is our final destination. May not. I would be in favor of whoever gets their hand on that seed, you run, and you run to Dallas. And any of us who survive will make our way there.
Great. Oh, we have more of a plan than we did an hour ago. And the sun will be up soon.
It,
Maruna, given our plan, are you able to draw cards that determine the likelihood of success path that we're on? At your nearest soonest convenience, please do. You're muted.
you're muted.
Yes, I will. Um, I think she just pull out her cards.
Right? You draw the following. First card is strength. Upright. Actually, no, it would be reversed.
Okay.
Next card you draw is the Hanged Man, also in reverse. The final card is Death. It is upright.
Cool.
What does it mean? The cards.
She kind of sighs. Answers are usually not very straightforward, and this is no exception. But I think I'll try to use insight with this. See if
All right.
I can get anything other than like the interpretation of the cards.
Sure. A perception occult. If 7.
Hard here.
3 success. As you focus in, find yourselves at a crossroad. This is a crossroads with many paths. Each of them lead off into a fog. Each of them equally treacherous, but equally rewarding. You see around a post that kind of sits pointing off in the different directions. You see there are ones that have different symbols on them. One is a book. Another is a crescent moon. Another is an eye, open and ever present. There would also be another one. This one has a symbol that's been scratched off. And you see curled around the post is a serpent. It looks at you.
Is it a familiar looking serpent?
Oh yes. You've met the serpent.
She'll look at the post with symbol scratched off. What did it say?
It hisses.
I don't know why I keep expecting you to answer me.
You must ask the right questions. Serpent speaks.
Is there a path to avoiding a horrible end that does not involve sacrifice of a child?
You should be careful with your wording. Is that the question you want to ask?
I imagine I only get one.
Smart girl. It slithers forward, extending from the post.
How can I stop this end that's coming without hurting Celine Francis?
It grows closer until it's eye level, face to face. Find another vessel, or take her off the table.
I think when he says take her off the table, something sort of clicks. Like I was.
It's hard to explain, but somehow the serpent. Pieces on a board. Who gets to control and who doesn't? Sometimes you need to claim a piece you don't need. But sometimes you can be patient. I can
If-
offer more, but everything comes at a price.
Name your price.
Watches it open up and these large fangs extend. Price of knowledge.
She'll extend her hand.
Move closer before finally dashing out and latching onto your wrist. You feel the pain as these large fangs dig into your flesh, and then a feeling of poison being pumped into your veins. The time comes, you will make the choice that I have implanted in you. It is my gift, my curse.
What choice?
See,
Choices.
she wants you to be her pawn. That's not how this game goes. It pulls back.
She. The girl.
The blood of the first sinner frees one's bonds to the cosmos of what would normally be mortality. Fate changes, shifts, but it is not immune to its pull. Find someone equally touched by fate, or perhaps cursed by it, and you will find your vessel. And to share with you a little truth, the seed is all that matters. But the vessel will make things easier and less painful for you all. There is no price without suffering.
Can I do it?
That's another question, dear. You have already asked your... I have given you the answers you... A price has been given. Now I have a question for you. Who do you think I am?
Devil. Demon. Pop. Serpent. Think you have many names.
Thank you for humoring, child. Till we speak next. That you watch as the vision fade. To the rest of you, you watched as Maruna placed down the final card and focused, and then collapsed as blood began to pull from her nose and her ears and her eyes. She looks dead for a good few moments.
Quangle's going to run over to Maruna and put his wallet in her mouth in fear that she's having another seizure or something, so she doesn't bite off
Interestingly enough,
her own tongue.
There is no shaking this time. Just limp like a corpse. Like she's dead.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a pulse because she's already undead.
Cass is like kneeling over her.
After some time, Maruna come to, with a piece of leather in your mouth. You need to realize that someone has shoved a wallet in your mouth.
I'll be needing this back. Thank you. He puts his wallet back into his pocket.
What happened? You look hurt, more hurt.
All knowledge comes at a price.
What did he see? Are we all there?
Yeah.
Or is this-
Yeah, no.
I saw an old friend, or perhaps an enemy, I'm not sure. Perhaps both. We don't have to kill the girl. All we need is the seed. A vessel will make it easier.
A slight correction.
Yeah.
The ritual still needs a vessel, but you don't need a specific vessel. But it makes it easier, stronger.
Yeah. We don't need We need a vessel. It doesn't need to be her. I think I know why I'm here. Why I'm one of you.
Why is that?
I think my sire saw things like I did. If he hadn't.
Sorry. Continue.
No. If he hadn't turned me, I think I would have been pursued for another purpose. Like that girl.
Is that all?
Other than that, there are many paths to get to where we're going. All of them are perilous, but we'll get to where we're going if we continue down the path we're on. It won't be painless, but we'll get there. We need the seed. So, hopefully, that boon comes through.
I saw the first vessel. The first ritual. I told Dr. Quangle it's been a long day.
What did the vessel look like?
Strange. Their features weren't entirely human. Or correct me if I'm wrong on that.
They were
You said they were like weird or something.
They were
That's how you
basically
describe
so above table it was just a meat stick. So they had that kind of weird flesh crafted nature. Monstrous.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was like. Yeah, he would just say like some sort of creature, even human-like, but I don't know. I don't know what it was.
So it was a kindred.
Do I know that, Mark? I don't know if
Yes.
I know that.
You do know that now. Whether or not you thought of it in the moment, something in the back of your mind whispered.
Okay. Oh yeah, that lovely one. He would say, I don't. Actually, yes.
Okay. That's good. It's good. We should get some rest.
And Mr. Price, let me know when you intend on haunting parents, and I'll join you.
I was thinking first thing tomorrow night.
Sensational.
This meeting is adjourned.
Jody will stand up and walk out.
With that, you wait. Perhaps there are some conversations had, but we have to move. But we would focus in on Hasib. As Hasib in his room, getting ready for the day sleep. And as you'd look
I
over,
think it's
What?
is Hasib with all of us. I thought we were
No,
having the three in
no,
one room, or did
think
I
we
get
were
that
doing
wrong?
that
No,
was
that was a
late. We're gonna
different.
do that later.
Oh, okay.
Maruna thought it would be best that Kess not be super overwhelmed right now.
Perfect. Sorry.
but Silco, a book, no cover.
And that was not where he put it. I think he probably would have
Oh,
put it somewhere else. Yeah.
it was in the library last you left it.
Hasib takes a deep breath and will open it. So did you hear everything?
Yes. Here's text. And then he just says, and then the text just says, "I understand."
Hasib tilts his head.
No, I want to help, but my clan. I know it was not Tremere that betrayed me. The liar.
A liar.
There we go. The Swede. You would know, because a very well-known member of the clan Tremere is the first among equals, aka the Swede, Etrius. Etrius the Loyal, as he's known.
Okay.
He is one of the 7 members of the Inner Council and General Tremere. You can make an intelligence history if you would like, or intelligence politics, intelligence politics, if you have politics.
I actually I don't think he does. Let me check.
Don't, then you can.
No politics. I think Hasib has a lot of studying to do on who this is, but he just shakes his head and says, "You said you could be the vessel."
I can perform many aspects of the ritual. A vessel of flesh and blood will be needed, but I can do the rest. Trust in the blood. Trust in power.
You don't even need the other 7?
Seven is needed, but can be done with 6. And that very much that can be done with 6 is not underlined. What's the opposite of underlined? Uh, is very much definitely comes off as a it can be, but he certainly doesn't recommend it in any way.
In the seed is always needed.
The seed is important. Without the seed, there is no.
I understand. You're not going to say we don't use your assistance. You're not going to like try to thwart our whatever plans we go with, or possess me, or or like turn into a big magical book that attacks us or something, right?
Trust in the blood. Trust in power.
Right. I wish I was a bit older to quite understand what you're saying with that, but the day is coming. And Hasib will gently shut the book. And he'll like normally he would like put it in a like a safe spot. But he knows this thing's probably just gonna creep back out onto the top of his desk, so he doesn't even try. And he'll head for the day sleep.
That's we wrap up today's session. We went on quite a bit longer than I intended to, but we got through some very important things. But I hope our audience has enjoyed. I hope my players have enjoyed. We'll do some extremely quick outros going through. We're gonna start off this week with Bob. Bob, why don't you give us your outro?
Yep. Taking Time Bob Gaming. We do Pendragon over on my stream 3 days a week, and we're doing a finale on Saturday of Legend of the Five Rings. Come check it out if you like dramatic roleplay and a lot of these people here.
Check out Ticking Time Bob Gaming on Twitch and on YouTube. Up next, Emily.
Hi, I'm Emily. I played Cass Price. I am also in a game on Tuesday that Bob runs, Gathering Branches. Check it out. Bye.
Up next, Ree. Give us your outro.
Hey guys, I'm Ree. I played Maruna today. Check out my stuff on my channel and lots of other things like Mortal Rolls. It's all fun. Out. Night, everyone.
Very nice. Up next, Zach. Give us your outro.
Hello. I played Hasib tonight. I also play a couple Pendragon characters over on Ticking Time Bob's other channel. So check us out.
And last but certainly not least, Cyberbro. Why don't you give us your outro?
All right. I am the Cyberbro. I have been playing Dr. Quentin Quangle, who just wants you to know that you're loved.
Very nice. And I have been your storyteller, Mark, aka the CatsMeow. I hope you've enjoyed us, and I hope you come for more fun. The next episode of House of Tremere will be next week on this day at this time. Well, when we started time. I also run games on Friday, and I do a variety game time on Mondays. So come check us out. All for that are around. Find my exclamation mark YouTube. view all the VODs that I have up on there. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you stick around. Give us a follow. Give us a like. Subscribe if you would like to. Every little bit helps support the channel and allows me to continue doing this fun stuff with this great group of people. And also allows us to pay for great things like art and other stuff like that. With that, we're gonna be off. So have a good night, all.